So I don't think the dual stream is working. So that sucks. Okay. So what's going on, everybody? I would say happy Monday, but fuck Mondays. Okay, so last week, just to do a quick review, as we crack one open. So last week we started working on quite a few things. We finished up the workflow stuff, so it's actually the app's workflow system's actually working, running through the editor. It generates the JSON. I can change workflows, and everything changes correctly. I've made some updates with this over the weekend, but in general, this is all working. We also added voice, so now I can go approve. Switch to agents. Right. This is a thing I still got to fix. Switch to agents. So it can do that kind of stuff. I can start a prompt. I can talk directly to the architect, and everything's good there. We don't have an LLM hooked up to this yet, so it's still just like there's like a list of things that it can go against, but then that's all that it can do. And if it's not in that list, then it doesn't do anything. And then we also, I've also started testing a new workflow. So this would be the Vibe one, where it's just the architect and a builder, and then a user agent or a user gate to do the merging stuff. So when it gets to the pending column, it'll just sit here until you hit merge, and then it'll switch over. And then that also cleaned up this. So there's only 2 panels here. I can go in and I can add more builders. So tasks, work streams will get done faster. But it is what it is. But there is no QA or anything like that in this workflow. So it's really good for like testing and stuff. And I'm not chewing through a whole bunch of usage. So there's that. Let's see, what else did we do last week? So we started working through this document. So there was an issue with pasting into Claude. I can now name workspaces, and I can also reference the workspace through the voice test, and the architect also knows those things. We did a whole round of cleanup when it came to the feature branch stuff. So before, you were only able to like start a task, and then it would just create a task or a work stream. Excuse me, it would just create a work stream. So it would say like memory pros, blah, 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 blah. But then if you wanted to come back to that, there wasn't any way to really work on a featured branch and then be able to just merge everything. So now there's this whole system in here to where you can go back and say, I only want to work on number 5. So it'd be, let's say there was a feature in this branch and I wanted to continue to iterate over it. Now I can select it, and then any new tasks that I get created get attached to this, and it doesn't affect these new guys. So that was a big thing that we did. There was also a whole bunch of stuff just cleaning up. So these were just random numbers and random names. Now they're actually, the tasks numbering are different than the workstream numbering. And so now you can say like workstream number 7, and that actually makes sense. Let's see, what else did we do? There was an issue with, we just did some cleanup, hide small purple icon. So we were adding like little purple icons here. That's actually a new thing in the modal now. I'll get to that. And then There was also like a runtime thing where um, the architect always thought it was running. So we added a system to where if it was the last, if you try to close a project while an agent was running, it would warn you. It'd be like, hey, you're about to like cancel all this shit. But then if the architect was always running, that means the dialogue was always popping up. So we fixed that. So now it's a little bit more clear. And then the last one, there was a whole bunch of merge cleanup around the Kanban badges. So this would be like 12 badges long, and it would say like, there was just way too much information. So we cleaned all that up. Okay. And then so to kind of catch you up on what I worked on over the weekend, I've been working a lot on the memory system because that kind of got implemented, like a first round got implemented. Now there's a lot more connections with the memory. There's not really anything to show per se, except that it happens on every commit and every merge with AST. So it's free, doesn't take any tokens. And should help improve a lot of stuff as far as the accuracy, and the architect reads from it. It prioritizes information in it, and it hydrates the specs that get shown or get delivered to the worker agents or whatever your workflow shows. The other thing I was working on was starting to do. I've started this piece right here, so reformatting reports from MD to HTML and cleaning up clickable names, friendly names, hashes, blah blah blah. So we're kind of in the middle of it. Actually, I think should be loads the HTML. So actually, this might be. Okay, so this doesn't have it. But this is another thing that I just finished up, is moving the changes into the workstream modal. This will also apply to the notification stuff. Let's open an old project that actually has a reporter agent, because none of these have. So I actually need to test this. Okay, so that's good. And then here's a report. Okay. So instead of it just loading into a thing, it loads it here into a separate window, or instead of a separate window, it does this. None of these are clickable though. And then obviously these don't make any sense anymore. So the task was to make this into HTML. So it's a little bit more easier to read from a user's point of view. I didn't actually give it any information on what exactly I wanted. We'll need to do that. So anyway, that's what I've been working on kind of over the weekend, as I was doing some cleanup on that, on the memory system, and then on the report stuff. So that's kind of what we've been working on. And then basically I'm getting ready to get to this stage here, moving the .ade project files to a global system. So instead of the project going into / working content, so if we look at this, what am I looking for? This one. well, no, actually. So if we go into like these are all just, so they all have, it's the project and then it's working content, because if I actually show the hidden ones, then there's all the hidden stuff. So this is what lives now. So this is all the stuff that's specific to the project, and then all the stuff that you actually do goes into working content. I actually want to change all this. So I don't know about that one. So basically these will be the only thing that exists, and then this will be somewhere else, hopefully. That's the plan. All right. Anyway, that's enough talking. Let's talk with Codex. So I was kind of in the middle of some stuff before I started the stream up. So let's go ahead and get started on that. So as far as these buttons go, I don't think so. Let's in the screenshot, the panels are opening on the right hand side now. However, you duplicated the report and changes button to the side panel. I don't have hex. So the changes look good. However, we don't need to have the report button and the changes button in the panel on the right. We only need the hide button since they exist on the left hand side. For now, we don't need to have them in both places. Let's also change review report to view report so that it matches the view changes button. The bigger issue, though, is that whenever I am now looking at the HTML output of the report MD files, it doesn't look like I can actually click on any of the links. And I'm also missing the distinction between the full underlined links versus the dotted links, or the dotted underlines or dashed underlines that we had from the in the old window of when the files were definitely accessible versus when they were possibly or not accessible. So go back and review the rules that we had set up for the old window and the links, and then those need to be carried over into the new HTML view. I also want to go ahead and we need to make sure that we're styling headlines and section breaks and things like that in the new HTML file that better represent what's in the MD file. Don't go crazy on styling. Just make the section headers and things like that bold and slightly larger font size, just so they don't blend in with body copy. And then add additional margin between sections. Okay, so we'll get him going. Hopefully it does look better. It's a lot easier to read than, well, I guess this just now opens it. So that was the other thing that I did, was that clicking this doesn't open up its own thing, and now it just uses this. And then there's also no more icons for the individual tasks, because the individual tasks are in here. So it doesn't really make sense to have two separate icons that do two separate actions, all that good stuff. So anyway, back to Claude now. So Claude's been working on the memory system. And non-issue, the existing greedy, blah, blah, blah. Okay, that's good. Clean for slugs. 3 are handled. Work history graph ingestion is now fully built in QA. Pass across all 3 branches to close it out. Full regression. This is the right moment for the. So let's go ahead and work on phase 2. Show me the plan that we have for that before you get started. So have him do that. So basically on the memory side of things, we're essentially hydrating the specs that the architect builds before it hands off to the worker nodes with information from the memory system. So the prompts are that much more detailed, or the task files, I guess I should say, are that much more detailed. So instead of it just saying, like if I was making a task file to do like go change the voice system to use GPT real time instead of Grok. Neither of those things are a thing right now, but let's say that they were. They instead of it just saying here's the task, go do it, it would say it would automatically grab all the information that's in the memory system, and then it would suggest start looking in this place, and this place. And then it also gives the ability for the worker nodes to pull that information from the graph itself versus having to go and just start reading through, every file that's in the code base. So it's a lot smarter that way, and that's using it. It's all using the MCP server to generate that type of information, so it doesn't cost any additional tokens. The only additional tokens that it costs is that it's a larger prompt, but then that means I could technically, it's a lot safer to use something like Haiku as my builders versus I don't need, there's no reason for me to use a more expensive model. Really need to fix this issue. This is all temporary anyway. I just need this one so that I can view the report changes. So anyway, that's the change with the memory stuff. And so now what it's working on is doing the LLM side of the memory. Yeah, so add a toggle in the systems or in the settings window for auto memory on push, and then let's move the update memory button from the diagnostics panel also to the settings window, and let's move those two items since they're both memory related to a new tab in the settings modal, and then we can add additional memory stuff to that tab. Do that. Okay, what else did it say? Locate the trigger site. ADE mediates. Okay, so that's just finding out where it should go. Add opt-in setting. That's what we just said. Wire the trigger. Fire the existing. It probably... Is this for the JSON or for the HTML? Should have. Okay, so we open you, report you. Okay, you hit the buttons, but not the... Interesting, so that's a cool bug. Left side button is now view report. Good. HTML report now. Old report when blah blah blah. Let's try. I'm not. HTML. So I see the updates to the buttons, the removal of them on the right hand side, and the view report copy button. But I'm not seeing the HTML link styles change, and I'm not seeing any of the styling changes when it comes to headings or section labels or divider lines or anything like that. There's also a bug that if I right click on the report browser side of the modal and I click reload, it clears the page and it doesn't actually ever reload. So that the only way to then view the report is to click view report again. Yeah, so that needs to be changed. Codex has been having a real problem with this whole HTML thing. I don't know why it's so confused. Okay, so what are you saying? Got the reshoots backend slice plus settings. Two things: opt-in auto refresh on push setting, push a new memory tab in the settings, blah 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 blah. Decisions, my default say if you disagree. Auto refresh defaults off, preserves the never you opt in. Trigger on any push to origin versus merge to integration. Versus merge to integration only. This all looks good in regards to your decisions. Can you explain the trigger on any push to origin versus merge to integration only? I understand the push to origin part, but what are you talking about when you say merge to integration? So explain that. The other thing I was going to say is that we need to make sure that nothing breaks if the user has the auto merge or auto memory update on push toggled on, but the repo does not have a remote origin. That shouldn't break anything, so we need to make sure that we do a check there. What up, Fox on Main? How's it going today? You have a good weekend? Like, I hear that. One of our neighbors got a puppy and they're keeping it in their garage, and so it likes to yelp all fucking night long. It's super awesome. It's too narrow for the actual report text, and the WebKit reload menu is acting. Yeah, so Fox, I don't know when you got here. I guess just to give you a quick update. Working on upgrading the memory system. So I did a slice of the memory system like a month ago, basically to get it online, and then never touched it again. And the architect doesn't pass any of the information from the memory system to the other nodes, so it's kind of just, it sits there but it doesn't actually do anything. So we're updating that, and then we're also migrating the generated reports to inside of the workstream modal, and then we're changing it over from the reports stay as MDs, but they get rendered as HTML. So we're working on that, as well as this view changes piece, so being able to actually view the change work here versus in another separate modal, as well as the discuss stuff, which sends stuff back to the architect. So that's kind of what we're working on today. Super interesting stuff. Basically doing everything I can to not do UI work. Okay, push to origin versus merge and integrate. These are two different Git events. Push to origin, syncing any branches up to the remote. Yeah, I know what that means. Merge to integration. Okay, so what are you asking for here, dude? Yeah, so go ahead and implement this plan, and let's not, son of a bitch. Let's not implement the feature where it runs the memory update on merging to the parent trunk. Trying to buy a secondhand gaming laptop. What like, is it a new lap? Like, obviously you're saying secondhand, but like, is it this generation, I guess would be the right way to say it? Or you'd get in like old school? Oh, real? So, couple generations, 1660. What is that? That's like Wait, 1660 or 1060? That was a 1660. $2019. For some reason, I think I completely blocked this generation out of my brain. A bridge between the 10 series and the 20 series. Okay. Yeah, I went from a 1080 Ti to a 3080, and now I have a 5080 on my gaming tower that I use like once a month now. Because I'm too addicted to Claude. Okay, so you're good over there. The report HTML carries over the old link state visual rules of it, blah, 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 blah. That's what you said last time. The rebuilt this one's in a work tree, this one's in a branch, so that's why I gotta tell it to launch it for me. King Bam. I still don't see any changes to headlines or links or anything. The reload works. This is kind of cool that it. So this is actually a big win, is that I could do this. Before, whenever it was in the old modal, it didn't allow for, it allowed for selecting, but is this thing doing the this bullshit? I should probably make this one load as HTML as well. After you do this, go ahead and make the view diff changes also render as HTML. Make anything that actually talks about code changes be a monotype font. And obviously keep all their coloring and things like that, but keep the anything that has to do with like the summary at the top of the file, make that like normal body font. From a 660 to a 1060, 57, 47. So I assume that means you didn't really like the whole AMD GPU stuff. I was really rooting for him. I think at that time I actually owned some AMD stock, and it kind of fell on its face. It was kind of like they were late to the market, and then no, you love it. Oh, okay. So like I have AMD CPU, but like AMD GPU, like the only thing they kind of had going for them was that it was cheaper, but it was like they never got past mid-tier. You're still running? For them to do a real high end. See, I'm wondering if they're even going to do that though, or if they're just going to stay mid tier, keep keep serving like console manufacturers, and just skip the high end gaming cards, and then just instead you, because of like where we are in the world with the supply chain, skip that and just work on low and mid and AI stuff. Because didn't they just release like their own version of a Spark for AI work? I thought I saw that. I've kind of been out of the loop on what AMD's been working on lately, but I thought I saw a tweet, but I don't know if it was recent or not. Is the Infinity Fabric, was that their what was that called? SLI? No. Where you could have two cards and then they linked. What was that called? Is that their version of it? Or no, Infinity Fabric, that's when they had like two chips and they talked to each other, wasn't it? CPU core code. Yeah. Like that's kind of like how like that's almost similar to what Apple does for whenever they have like, what is it, the Ultra that has essentially two chips? Gotcha. Good old Radeon R9 290X2. Search Google. 2013 legendary high-end graphics. Didn't this, I think I remember this card. Did it did it come out at the same time that AMD had that crazy good AMD CPU that like, because I'm pretty sure I had the CPU that came out at that same time, and I ran it for like 7 years. Like it didn't matter what game you threw at it, like it was still really, really good. Like I think I only got rid of it like 2 years ago. It was running my old Plex server. What was that? P part pick. Saved. The FX 6300. Yeah. That's what that was called. Oh man, I swear it was good. They got sued over it? Yeah, I swear. I mean, I eventually upgraded to, I think, whatever the i7 was, a few years later on my gaming PC, but I kept the FX for a long time, and it played games like great. Yeah, I do remember that. Let's see, what was I playing at that time? Definitely would have been some Minecraft. Yeah, I had the FX 6300 and a 970 GPU. I don't remember what games I was playing back then. Rainbow Six Siege, maybe? But I feel like that was too long ago. I don't know. Okay. Let's see. Did you actually work this time? Yes. Okay, and then changes. Yeah. So this looks fine. It's not great, but okay, so I'm seeing the CSS changes for both the both the report and the changes tab. However, the information at the top of the changes file, you can see that like everything is bold, both the labels and the value. At the top of the file, they're all bold. There needs to be better separation with that stuff. And then, so if that needs to be a change that happens at the MD level so that the parser can run it better, then that's fine. The CSS for the report looks much better. Did it do the... Okay, so that opens. What about... I need to open an older project, I think. One thing that I am noticing is the modal that the workstream stuff is in is hiding all of the dialogues. So the modal in the screenshot actually isn't even visible until I close the workstream modal. It hides underneath it. So we probably need to change the modal for workstream to not be a modal, and it needs to just be a new window. So it can be moved around the screen. It can be resized easier. And it doesn't, there's no like Z problems. But no, the R9 29 the scales have which is 223. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with today's hardware. Like, I mean, my 5080 is pretty good, but like, I don't know. I was expecting a bigger leap in performance over the 3080. Like, there's a leap, don't get me wrong, but I don't know. The leap is they really banked on frame generation, and I'd rather there just be a raw horsepower one. But whatever, maybe in the future. But now I don't even play video games that often anymore. I'm too busy doing this. So, okay. So what else? So if I do this in a separate window, then I finish. I don't worry about the scaling problems as much. Interesting. So we get emojis in here. That's kinda cool. Yes, maybe. Claude, did you ever finish? No, you're still running. Yeah, but like I said, I don't know if AMD is ever gonna do a high-end CPU anymore. Like, there's more money to be made, I think, more margin to be made on the lower end cards and serving console manufacturers and OEMs versus the high end stuff, and then just focus on the AI stuff. Yeah, the Ryzen AI Halo. That's what they released just a couple days ago, right? Or announced. $4,000 mini PC now live in the US through Micro Center. Answer to NVIDIA's Spark is at 40, starts at 47. I wouldn't mind. I mean, I would mind. I just want a Mac Mini. A standalone Mac Mini. I'm done trying to do AI stuff on my Windows machine. Like, I'll just wait to do all that extra stuff until I get a Mac Mini. Why this dude's taking so long? Not the global setting. Or did that pop over into a runtime memory tab view? I don't know what that means. Builder read settings window modal as the project scope runtime. What is it talking? The builder read settings window modal as the project scoped runtime settings pop over the slider horizontal 3 button in the top bar. This. Oh. Voice alerts and all that is in here, and that needs to all go away. Yeah, so that slider horizontal 3 button in the top bar, that all needs to go away. I don't think any of that is needed anymore because it's all covered by the workflow tab and being able to change change the agent and whatnot. All that is handled on the workflow tab anymore, so that button's not even needed anymore and should be completely removed. And then there was an option in there to talk about voice prompts that is in the main settings window. So all that needs to go away, and all that code should be removed from the project. It doesn't need to exist anymore. And then all the stuff with the memory, that should be going into a tab, just like there's a general tab and a voice tab. So all that stuff needs to go into a memory tab in the settings window. Stupid. Up clickable items. Code base. Say that we're pretty much good to go on this HTML view. It seems to be so now whenever I open a project, I get blasted with a whole bunch of allow access modals. And it looks like this documents folder just constantly continues to ask for permission. So I don't know what changed that now require permission for all of this, but something seems broken. Stop it. This is... Which one is this? Okay, so this is the new one. That looks fine. That looks better. Okay, so that... I mean, it looks like garbage, but that's fine. We're just looking for functionality here. Touching document. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and say that this is done enough, although this could be better. I see what it's saying. How could we do that? The memory... Shit. All right. The workflow tab does not actually replace the runtime controls. It's the only place in the app to pick runtime vendor. For role, the workflow tab inspector has a persona picker, so you can change the... So change the agent is on workflow tab, but runtime model selection is not. Deleting the popover removes the only editor for those. Swore. Okay, so this was planned, but we never implemented it. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do is add the drop downs to the workflow, modal, so that the user can adjust the model and vendor there. And then that fixes the runtime part. The drop downs on the individual panels, those are just for the panels, but if a user opens up or adds a new one, it would just fall back to whatever the workflow runtime model and vendor are set at. As a per project voice alerts, blah, 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 blah. Global settings, voice tab is voice backends. I think the voice backend can these appear to be different. So removing the popover would drop the per project alerts toggle. So this is settings, voice. In regards to the voice item, that needs to just become a global setting in the voice tab, global settings window. Okay. Runs in but the memory controls are inherently per project. The update needs the daemon client. Okay, so this is asking for so let's not include memory options in the global settings window, and instead let's create a button on the top bar that says project settings, and then that launches a window that for now would just have memory information, would have these memory information and buttons for now. And instead, let's create a button on the top bar that says project settings. Launches a window. Architect, builder, tester, QA, discuss. That launches a window. that houses the information that the current popover contains. Do not include the voice of The real question though is, should this be a project settings thing or a workspace settings? One thing that I'm thinking about is the memory is project wide, but the memory gets updated whenever you push to origin, and so that's a project wide thing. But I think it needs to be workspace settings instead of project settings, because it has everything to do with the current project, or excuse me, the current workspace. The other thing that we need to do is that the model drop downs, they need to reflect the workflow. So basically just gives you faster and more direct option to change that information versus going through the workflow and then opening up each individual modal. So that needs to be reflected of the workflow, and then it should change the modal for each node type. Changing. If a user changes these dropdowns, they should change the open panels. So it's like a quick way to change all open panels. But it does not change what the workflow defaults are set to. Does that make sense? We should probably add some label that explains to the user that it's only that changing these only changes the currently open panels and doesn't change the workflow defaults. We'll change that. Yeah, that is a big miss. I don't even know why I didn't think. The ADE debug app I launched was inside the work tree, since the app bundle itself lives under blah blah blah. Stale in work tree. We're opening the project again. I guess we're on a one-time document. Yeah, so it looks like this no longer doesn't repeat anytime I reject it, so I think it's fixed. So I think this is in a good enough state now to merge back into master and do the work tree cleanup. Workflow modal equals the defaults. Editable vendor model dropdowns per node type. These persist as a workflow. Defaults, a newly opened added panels inherits them. This is a source of truth. Workspace settings window equals a quick session override. Dropdowns that are seeded from the workflow defaults, but when changed, apply to all currently open panels at once. A fast bulk change and do not alter the workflow defaults. Okay, plus the relocation's voice alerts move out of the popover into the global. Becomes a global setting. Yes. Memory update memory button plus auto on push toggle moves into the new workspace settings window, not the global window. Removed once these three have new homes. Terminology workspace settings. Top bar looking at your call. Yes. It's deleted in slice 3 after runtime defaults. What's that? One caveat before I write detailed plans. Slices 1 and 3 hinge on runtime config plumbing. I haven't fully mapped yet. I'll do a short read. Okay, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, this all looks fine. Go ahead and just do all 3 of them back to back. Don't stop in between each slice. YouTube dual stream. You can just stop doing temporary work tree. Blah 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 was removed. The main. So you're saying you're good now. Fail task files. So how do I? How do I change this to stream both?
Restream now lets you go live in both vertical and horizontal on the same YouTube channel at the same time. This is very cool. All right, inside the studio, head to the orientation selector down here and choose landscape and portrait. Now, make sure that you're signed into your Restream account. And in your channels doc, you'll find your YouTube channel where you can hit edit and set the orientation to both landscape and portrait.
Oh. So I can't do it while I'm live. Gotcha. Okay, so that's how I do the 2 formats. Okay, you're running, you are Am I on? I'm on test. Okay, yeah, so that's why I don't have that. So you've got still reload. You don't break, so that's at least good. Okay, so you open up correctly. Well, I think it was in number 4 is where I had the one with the error. Yeah. I mean, I guess that makes sense that it does that. I don't know if I like this as a new window. I don't, because the problem. So one thing I'm noticing with the workflow node modal is on the user gate node. There are currently 3 options. Human sign off and looks like it's the only one that is not disabled. However, the other 2 options are still selectable. The other thing is that the get workflow option should be wait, so how is this scarred? Add a task that says today's date. Is that doing its thing? This might be a bug. This, I think, is a bug. Is the get workflow option? The get workflow option should be enabled. So it shouldn't appear disabled. And then the ask a user a question Okay, so that's... Wait, what did my screenshots show? Merge approval. The workflow, the human approval. Is that because it's in the pending column? I honestly don't remember what rules. So what rules did we have for the when options should be enabled versus disabled? I also don't remember saying that ask user should be one of the options for the user gate. I know that can be a part of the workflow if there's an issue with the workflow itself and the agent needs to prompt the user, but I don't remember discussing that should be an actual user gate option. The other thing was human sign off. The other thing is that human sign off and merge approval both use the same gate type and action type. So I don't know if that's a bug or if we're really relying on the same logic there. I know from a UX point of view, it kind of does the same thing, but it just happens in different columns. So can you just do a dive on those modal options and the gate types and action types and come back with your findings? That's... I don't know what's all going on there. That's fun. Okay, so Claude's still running. First pass already shows 1 point. Human expects human sign off to be extinct from published, so the screenshot showing both as the same raw values is suspicious. Yeah, so the way it's supposed to work is human sign off. Human sign off just moves things from the pending column to the done column. The fuck? Human sign off just moves things from the from the pending column to the done column, but does not merge and does not push. It just then shows those items in the done column. The get yeah, and then the publish, promote, or push gate, it stops everything in the pending column, and the only way to get it from pending to done is to merge the work stream, and then you do the push in the done column. So they should be different. So I don't know why it regressed, because there should be an approve button. Pending column user gate, merge approval enabled, human sign off enabled, ask question disabled, non-pending inflow user gate, merge approval disabled, humans. Yeah. So this is ask question is an agent, or yeah, ask question is an agent action, not a gate question. The workflow gate is agent question, but the implemented behavior is really pause execution and wait for approval. Not the same thing as an agent calling as going. Okay, whatever. Stop doing that. Human sign-off and merge approvals are not supposed to share raw values. So at a minimum, we shouldn't have the ask question or agent question, whichever, inside of the user gate, because that's not something that the user would set up in the workflow. That's just part of the ADE workflow system. So that needs to be removed from the dropdown. Regarding the human sign off and the merge approval gates, if I'm remembering correctly, the human sign off is supposed to stop a work stream in the pending column, and then they click an approve button, and then that moves it to the done column, but does not require it to be merged at that point in time. It would then show merge as the action button in the done column. However, the get approval gate is supposed to show a merge button whenever the work stream is complete and sitting in the pending column. And the only way to get it from pending to done is if you merged it. And then once it's in the done column, you would then see the push button only if there was a remote origin to be pushed to. Confirm that that is your understanding from the research you found. It's like a 4 out of 11 prompt. It was pretty bad. Pretty bad. How's this dude only on slice 1? Yes, as mentioned, ask question, agent question should not be in the user, blah, 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 as an internal agent, blah. For the two real human work stream finishes, required work and lands in pending, user sees approve, click approve, records sign off only, does not merge, publish. After approval, the work stream can move to done. In done, it can then show the next get lifecycle action, typically merge. Merge approval, work stream finished, work and landing pending, user sees merge, then pending to done. After merge, it moves to done. In done, it should show push only. Yes, so that is all correct and what I thought was supposed to happen. How does this change the matching? gate type and action type rows in the modal. Was that just a display bug and they are reading different things, or was this a bigger bug? Okay, and then regarding the items in the drop down, so could they be showing the same information because one of those options was disabled, but you're still able to select it, and then that's why it didn't update that information? Is there any way for us to show the information in a drop down, show it as disabled, but not make it selectable? That's actually probably what it is. Can we just make it a little bit more obvious to the user that if a selection is not selectable for the column that the gate is currently in, that yes, it's also disabled, yes, it reselects the previous option if they select a disabled one, but can we also change the label to say in parentheses cannot exist in the column that the gate is currently living, or something like that? Maybe it's not in parentheses, maybe the gate, can we just make it a little bit more obvious? Okay, can we just make it a little bit more obvious to the user that if the selection is not selectable for the column that the gate is currently in, that whenever they select that option, it just throws an error label in red underneath the select box, and then they won't be able to, if they try to close the modal with that selected, a warning dialog should come up saying that they need to change it to something else. Not really great. Should just hide. So can we just make it to where if they select an option that is disabled, it just falls back to whatever they had selected previously, and then the label for the action items, for the gate options, just add a parentheses to the end of it that says not available in whatever column the node type is currently in, and then that would just be dynamic based on the whatever column the node is in. Or need to unavailable with disable instead of a picker. No, I don't want to do that. that should help a little bit. I don't know from a UX, like that's not really the ideal UX solution though. Like the best solution would be to not even have it in the drop down, but then they don't know what other options they have for user gates. I think this comes down to the design of the modal itself. Right now, it's just a single drop down. In the future, it's going to be more than that. I know I started working on this. I think it was on Friday, but I don't remember. I don't remember what I landed on. So that is... I don't think this needs to go away. They shouldn't be able to change the column because there's too many gotchas with that. LLM, visibility. No, so I don't actually have a... I don't have one for... right, is it a... Yeah, user gate type equals human and then so none of this exists. None of that was exist. This doesn't exist. Compacting. You're still running 30 minutes later. Yeah, I really should be doing this. Yeah, that's better. Okay, so then this needs to be agent content. This whole section goes away. This piece for now goes away. Type. Okay, so this says user gate. This says human approval. I don't need persona. Okay, disable gate options now show dynamic column copy, like ask question not available in pending or merge approval not available in progress. Disabled picks are ignored, so the card stays in current val selection as well. So it completely ignored Okay, so that is when you're in the pending column. Human sign off. That's from the earlier, but that one was resolved. So I'm still seeing ask human as one of the options, and it's even showing up as if it is ask human is one of the options, and it's even selectable even though it's in a disabled state. So that is something that needs to be corrected immediately. Ask user should not be ask question. Ask question. even visible at all, because it's not it's not something that they can pick in the workflow. It's just part of ADE, so it needs to be removed from the select box entirely. And then for the modal in the pending column, it looks like all of the options are disabled, or they appear to be disabled, but none of them actually are disabled. So everything is selectable. So that is also not working correctly. Fucking stupid. How are you doing, Claude? 500,000 tokens still burning through. Sweet. At least we're in slice 2. Or no, we're in slice 3. We're in slice 3. We're almost done. So what happens with the workflow if the user places human approval in the in progress column versus in the pending column? No, I know what happens then. Without this gate, completed work will auto merge into the parent branch as soon as the workflow finishes pushing to a remote. Will still never happen automatically. Okay. Yeah, so this needs to be like more than This needs to be like some tiles that have explanation versus just a select box. Hello, C Films. What's up, man? I'm doing all right. I'm struggling with some UX stuff. But I'm all right. Yeah, like I said, I'm struggling with UX stuff as far as like what needs to happen, what the user needs to know to make the best decision, but also not introducing a whole nother pattern. And if I do introduce a new pattern, I'm trying to think about where I could use that pattern in other places. And I'm not coming up with any good solutions for any of that. I think it needs to be something like this. As a creative director, yeah, I know that. But it's a gray area between where the UI and the UX, where they bleed over. It's a gray area, so it's not always super cut and dry. So I think this needs to something running QA? Probably running QA. Sure is. But the trick, though, C Films, is to figure out something that both works for how you intend the user to use the app, guides them in the right direction, and also keeps everything as simple as possible. So how would I describe UX versus UI? I mean, as far as what they stand for, yeah, you have it right. But so UX, at a high level, the UX is, I would say it's the design of the funnel and the amount and type of friction that you introduce to the end user. It's more than that, but like, and then the UI is just how they then interact with those friction points. So there's more to that. Like there's a UX decision and a UI decision around whether or not this is a drop down or it's something, or it's a radio button or something like that. Because you have to take it into consideration. Instead of this drop down, I could use it as like a radio button. But then that takes up more space, and then it changes. It's a different pattern that you might like. That might solve the problem here, but then it introduces a user pattern, a UI pattern that's not used anywhere else in the app. So it becomes extremely difficult. Not difficult, but it becomes weird to have a pattern that only lives in one place and then you don't utilize it anywhere else. how a page links to each other, UX or UI. On one hand, I would say it's neither, technically. That it would, like, if you're doing it at the literal level, it's information architecture. But there obviously, you have to have a navigational item to get people from one page to another page, or decide when is a new page needed versus not. So it's kind of a trick 20, not a catch 22, but a like how a page links to each other. That's not something I would normally associate with UX or UI. If I understand what you're asking. Gate pickers now exposes blah 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 blah. Okay, I need to update you so you stop. Okay, I guess you're fine. So rebuild. Rebuild and launch the work tree app. So, like, I'm not explaining it very well. The UI is like, this is what font it is, and this is where the button is. A UX decision would be, a UX decision is this a drop down, or is it a radio, a field of radio buttons, or is it check boxes, or is it selectable rows, or something like that. And sometimes the UX is also where the lines start to blur is if you have a friction point, and it depends on how you have the user interact with that friction point. You can either be smart about it. You can be too smart about it and try to make it frictionless, but then that ends up kind of eroding trust with the user. Or it can be too much friction, and you just have to find that balance point. And the balance point in this situation is I could make it easier for them and provide all the information that they need, which then requires a new UI solution. But that UI solution is not used anywhere else in the app at this point. So is the weight of them learning a new pattern worth it to do a proper friction point? Or do I give them a slightly worse experience while also not forcing them to learn a new pattern? So it's, yeah. It's good times. Okay, you finally finished. All 3 slices done, back to back on normal. How long did that take? Like 45 minutes? You don't show. Okay. The 2-tier runtime model you described is now workflow modal equals persistent defaults workspace settings. UX is how someone does something, but UI is the style of how something looks. That would be, yes, technically that definition would be correct, but there's a weird gray area in the middle, where they blend over, or where they blend together, and that's usually, that weird gray area is what defines a really good UI or in UX experience. Where because you can make the argument that UX drives UI decisions, but there are certain times for a better overall funnel flow where the UI certain UI decisions can drive UX decisions. So that gray area, things go back and forth. So, for example, Like this is very abstract because it's not something people use on a normal basis. But so for example, if you think about like in the e-commerce world, which is what my bread and butter used to be, a UX decision would be what happens when you hit add to cart. A really good UX decision, depending on the website, might be you clicked add to cart, auto put them, and it depends on your business objectives. So taking them from the product page, they click add to cart, and then automatically sending them all the way to the first page of checkout, not the cart, but the first page of checkout. That it becomes a friction point that you alleviate, where you no longer show them the cart page by default. Versus they hit add to cart and it says like item added to cart, or you send them to the cart page itself. It depends on what your business objectives are. If you know the average cart size is 1, then it behooves you to force them straight to the first page of checkout versus going to the cart page. If you know there's a 90% chance that they're just going to add that one, if they're just going to buy the one product. It also depends on like the holiday, like the time of season. So for example, if it's like Black Friday, you might do that versus trying to get them to do it, just because you're trying to get as many sales through as possible. So it just really depends. 2-tiered runtime model, blah, 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 blah. Persistent defaults, workspace settings, transient. Dead code is surfaced. Dead code service offered to remove with popover gone runtime settings panel. The builder correctly left it in place rather than delete dead code. Yes, I did tell you to remove it. Known limitation from slice 1. So for the known limitation from slice 1, does it by default read what the runtime selections are and show what that is? And then only once the user makes a change does it then show that the change there in the drop downs? It's terrible. The known limitation from slice 1 does the default to read what? Parallel activity on this branch, separate stage gaper has been committing here too, and lead with my no config. Each slice passed. Okay, so that is complete, built, and launched. So what are you? Memory settings, auto refresh. Okay, so that's the new button. D5. Okay, so that's the problem. Ooh, okay, so if I put you here, human sign off is now the only one. So it's just not going to show. I guess that's fine. What else was I doing on this one? How does this change the matching? Blah blah blah. What was I doing before all this though? Flow modal is the user gate. Okay, so then that's complete. On this side, slice one limitation is purely daemon side of an agent or ever spawned directly by the daemon without the swift handling it runtime of the new. Okay, so I didn't read all of that because I don't know if it's even accurate. So there's a few things that I'm saying. First, in the workspace settings modal that we just created and replaced the popover with, it is still showing legacy roles, and it's not pulling the node types and the personas from the workflow. So for example, in the current project that I'm testing, it's showing me options for tester and QA and reporter, but I don't have any of those in the workflow. So these drop downs in the workspace settings modal need to reflect the live workflow for the workspace. Second, the model and vendor need to reflect what the workflow defaults set at, not the panels. If a user was to change the drop downs in the workspace setting modal, then it would be a bulk change for all of the active panels, tied to whichever persona they changed the drop downs on. And then that should be remembered if the user opens the modal a second time, or if they add a new or if a user adds a additional panel from one of the available node types, so that more parallel work can happen at the same time, then it should default to whatever the other panels are using. That's not right. Should default to whatever. Okay, so one thing that we need to do is we need to make the modal components something that can be dragged around inside of the ADE. Right now, they are fixed to the center of the screen and can only be closed. They need to be able to be moved around the screen as well. And if a user clicks outside of a modal, then it should close the modal. It shouldn't be, they shouldn't have to only click the close button. Actually, however, there should also be, I guess, technically a second type of modal where it has a dim overlay that covers the entire main body or the main app, to where they can't click, they can't view the information. How am I supposed to explain that? It also be it. So there should also be two types of modals. One that can be dragged around the screen and it doesn't have a dim overlay. And then the second modal type should have a dim overlay, but it cannot be dragged around the screen. So that should be more clear to the user, but the distinction between those two modals, or modal types. The dim layer that sits behind the modal, but on top of the rest of the app, should be 50% opacity, with a level of blur attached to it. For both modal types, clicking on the app, clicking anywhere outside of the modal window should then close the modal, versus forcing the user to click the close button. If there's an action that was taken inside the modal and it needs to be something that like was saved, then that should, it should alert the user of that, which should also happen if they click the close button today. So I think a good place to test this would be if they changed something in the workflow node modal and didn't click save or update. That action, that's the same action that should happen here. You're right on all three, and I can remember why. The modal is keyed off a static legacy role. It should show blah blah. It's seeding from the old per role config instead of the workflow defaults in slice 3 built in transient memory, but you want it remembered. The last point actually means reactivating the persistent per workspace role layer flagged as vestigial. Seed equals workflow default. Each row shows the workflow default for that node when no workspace overrides exists. Otherwise, the remembered override. Persistent workspace, changing a dropdown does bulk change to all active panels of that persona plus restarts them, and persists as a per workspace persona override. Reuse the existing agent, pass it. The one live view still does not touch the workflow default to remove slice 3's transient default. Okay. It's remembered workspace override, not just transient. That doesn't change workflow default. New parallel panel inherits last open sibling adjacent. Adding a panel of an existing node type defaults to that node type's current effective runtime. Yes. Label matches. change survives, modal reopen, and app restart workflow defaults. And yes, implement these fixes. That actually did that actually right now. Here's grok build. If I change you to that, save, overwrite. So one change I want to do is that clicking outside of the modal should only work if it is a modal type that has the dim background. If it is a modal that can be moved and does not have the dim background, then the only way to close it is the close button. Yeah, I think that's what I want to do. Workflow pause in the pending column and ask the user to approve or approval. I need a better way to summarize what this actually means. The workflow will pause in the pending column and ask the user for approval to move to the done column. Get actions are then presented only once they are. Get actions. That's technically correct, but it kind of looks like shit. Okay, and then so this is and will not move to the done column until a workstream is merged to the parent trunk. I think that it's clear as mud. You're running. Need more stuff. So I need, let's just side. So I'm trying to come up with a UI solution that explains what the human approval is versus the get merge gate is. Can you wordsmith these two options? I'd like to keep them to no more than 2 sentences. Ideally, the character count should be no more than what is in the screenshots, but ideally even less. Okay. You're working. Pauses impending for human review. Approving moves it to done. Merge and push actions remain optional afterward. I mean, okay. That's pretty straightforward. I like that. That's why I'm not a copywriter. Pauses impending until the work stream is merged into parent branch. Merge moves it to done. Push appears afterward when available. Perfect. So I want to do this as a selection card. And then what is, how big are you guys? 40 pixels. Done. You're done. Implemented the modal floating. No dim modals now stay open when you click elsewhere. And only close through their close control. Blocking dim modals keep the 50% dark. HUD blur and close from backdrop clicks. The workflow node inspector now uses the draggable floating modal with the same unsaved change warning on close. Oh God. So that's completely fucked up. Is there a modal in the app right now that would launch the with the dimmed background? Okay, round 2. Rows now come from the live workflow drop downs that enumerate your workflow's actual node type, personas, blah, blah, blah. Phantom, tester QA, rows are gone. Okay, that's good. Seed equals workflow defaults. A change is now remember persistent. New parallel panel or node type inherits that type's current effective runtime. Override is set. So one thing I'm noticing is that whenever I change the drop downs in the workspace settings, it is immediately changing the values for the modal or for the panels in the background. That should not happen until the user clicks the done button to actually apply the settings. So we need to change the so one thing I'm gonna to only happen once the user clicks we need to we'll change the done button to apply, and it should be disabled until the user makes a change inside of the modal. And we then also should add a an X or close icon in the top right corner and move the apply button to the bottom. And then also add a cancel button that resets the settings back to what they were whenever they open the modal. I don't think I love this change. So I think I want to actually roll back all of these modal settings. Let's go back to them being sheets. There is a huge performance hit on the draggable modals, and they don't respect the escape key to close them. And then this new modal for the workspace settings, also I don't like. So let's just move everything back to using sheets. However, I do want to keep the HUD blur backdrop, but let's change it to like 10% opacity, and reduce the amount of blur by 50% as well. It's way too blurry right now. So yeah, let's discuss if you have questions. That was not good. We're gonna change the drop down, blah, 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 makes a change side of the modal, and then we should also add an X or close icon. Close like in the top right corner and move the apply button to the bottom, and then to the bottom right. I don't think I need to be explicit about that. And then also add a cancel button. Change that to Okay, while that runs, I'm gonna go use little boy's room. Tinkle. Be right back. Okay. That's my water. I'll meat stick. The fix is to make it a staged edit, drop downs, mutate a local draft, nothing touches the panels until apply. One decision, my default, correct me. What did I say? One decision, my default, correct me. You said disabled until the user makes a change inside the modal. The update memory button stays on immediate one-shot action. It's a run now, not a setting. If you'd rather, the toggle apply immediately. Okay, rolled it back. The custom in-app modal host is removed, so is a sheet, blah, 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 blah. The draggable no dim modal path is gone. I kept the app level HUD. AppKit does not expose an exact blur radius. So this is the practical low risk version. Okay, where are we? Oh. So that's really fucked up. So whatever you did with the transparency was like a global thing, and now like half of the app is almost invisible. So whatever you did with transparency and blurring needs to be rolled back. The change that I wanted was just for what appeared to be behind the modal. Am I a complete idiot? But I thought that was like a pretty straightforward thing. So, Swift UI dot sheet component. How does this work? Like, is there not a I want to confirm that you understand when I'm talking about dimming and blurring the background of the sheet. I'm talking specifically about the presentation background. So the modal should show up as it was previously, and then it should slightly darken the main part of the app. And I just want that to also slightly blur the main part of the app because the sheet sits on top of it whenever it's open. So, do you need to make any changes, or are they already in? I was expecting it to like start kick off, but Sheets are restored. The mistaken global transparency blur changes rolled back. No sheet specific is implemented. Yes. Okay. Okay, then go do that. Idiot. Okay, so we need to be back to doing this. It's not. This is not really a button. It's just an icon. Um. Sure, that's fine. What is this? Icon large. Whatever. Right. You set to Are you still working? No, you're done. Okay. Let's you see how Oh god, we're back to really bad. Okay, so this is correct as far as visually what it looks like. There's a few things that we need to adjust though. The first one is right now the blur and actually is it the darken too? The animation for the modal coming in and the darkening happens first. And then once they are in place, a blur is then applied. The blur should happen at the same time. The blur animation should happen at the same time as the darken and the modal appearing. The blur animation should be the second thing is if I click on the background or the dimmed and blurred area, it should close the modal, but it should do a check to see if the modal is allowed to be closed without the user needing to confirm if the modal had saved settings. So we need to do that check before we close the modal. Unsaved values, changes, unsaved changes. We'll do that. And then the bigger problem that I'm seeing is the performance of the app drops tremendously with, I assume it's the blur changes. So is it possible that once the animation for the modal is done, that we then treat the background as I think it's draw canvas or something. It's the same thing that we used to fix um, the moving the app around problem that we had on the Kanban board. That we then treat the background as rasterized. We'll see what that says. Okay, Claude's done. Round 3, ship the modal is now a staged edit, drop downs, toggle, mute, blah, 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 blah. Round 3 committed, tree claim. Staged edit, changing a drop down no longer touches the background panel and just updates the draft. Apply. Right, primary commits all stage and restarts the effective pane, closes, disabled until you make a change. Cancel, bottom right, and a close, top right, both discard the draft and close. Update memory stays. An immediate one. Shot action, which worth retesting. Change a couple dropdowns, confirm nothing changes until the app. That cancel. 2 things, service that need attention. A flaky tester introduced round 2. Branch is busy, enter, leave, blah, blah, blah. Still pending my flaky test. Run QA, one full regression on me. No, I don't want you to do that. Native sheets may not deliver backdrop clicks to the presenting Swift UI view and a live UF. Swift UI. Okay, so it's talking about. So that's fine. That's good, because this is actually what I was reading on the other monitor. How do I? What's the deal here? And then, you're still doing that shit. That's fine. You just need to get you working. You can go away. You can come back. I need a different icon for you. If this doesn't... Fill container. You're a set width here, then your fill here. That's all fine and dandy. You're still working. Disable. How long does it take for this? Okay. Let's see how she do. Added a local AppKit click monitor, so clicks on the disabled presenter window. On the disabled presenter windows, we'll see. Not seeing any blurring. So all of the changes look, I mean, so on the I think the trigger that detects if the modal has unsaved changes is not 100% correct. So for example, if I click on the workspace settings and I don't do anything and I click the X, I do not get a modal or a warning dialog that says there's unsaved changes. That's the correct behavior. But if I open the modal and then click the dimmed background area, it asks if I want to close the modal with unsaved changes. So something is acting up here. What's the best way to describe this? Because it's not 100%. So clicking on the background or clicking outside of the modal does close the modals now. However, there looks like it's overly sensitive. And it looks like it's trying to apply its own logic versus just applying. Essentially, I think it should just be like if I click the background, it should be clicking the close button. And then just using the modal's built-in logic to know when to fire the changes modal. Because right now, even if I open up the workspace settings, don't make any changes, and then I click the background, it asks if I want to close without saving changes, but I didn't make any changes. So there's something going on there, and the logic needs to just fall back to the modal's logic versus something on its own. The other thing is it's treating the title bar as also something that can close the modal. So if I try to drag the screen around or drag the app around, that triggers the modal to be closed versus just moving the app. So the The dimmable and clickable area needs to only be for the body of the app, not the title bar area. The other thing is I am not seeing any blurring whatsoever. It slightly dims the background outside of the sheet, but it does not blur it at all. So whatever changes there, it did not take effect. Really have no idea why this thing exists. See what that does. Maybe we sent an email announcing that starting today, Claude Agent SDK-P and third-party apps built on the Agent SDK would stop drawing from subscription rate limits and move to a dedicated monthly credit. We're writing to let you know that we're not making this change today. We're working to update the plan to better support how users build with Claude subscriptions. What this means for you, nothing changes for now. Agent SDK, Claude P and third-party app usage continues to work with your subscription exactly as it did before today, and there's no credit to claim. Your subscription limits are unchanged. When we have an update, we'll share it with the advanced notes before it takes effect. Okay, sweet. So the headless thing is not gonna completely screw me over. I had a plan for that, but it looks like they're doing the right thing. That's awesome. I don't want to. Not beautiful, but I guess it gets the point across. Okay, that's fine. You're still doing some bullshit. Why does it take so long? Remove the discard prompt logic. Background clicks now follow the same presenter close cancel path as the sheet controls. Workspace settings no longer prompts when it is clean. And you click the backdrop. Title bar clicks are ignored by the backdrop monitor, so dragging the window should not close the sheet. Increase the visual effect. But it wasn't there at all before, so that's not doing anything. Like it is. So clicking the title bar still closes the modal. And also the blur kind of exists, but it doesn't at the same time. How do I describe that to this thing? It looks like the dimming background is, I can see that you bumped it up from 10% to 75%. As far as the opacity goes. But however, the blur effect is still very wrong. Visually, what it looks like is you have the
Want to know how you can add this blurry or transparent background to your macOS apps? This is actually part of AppKit, but we can easily use it in SwiftUI as well. Create an NS visual effect. You can use this representable as a background for your SwiftUI views. Subscribe for more SwiftUI tutorials. Want to know how you can add this blurry or transparent background to your macOS apps? This is actually part of
blur is very is you have the dim layer, which just darkens the app, and that still looks like it's at 10%, which is fine. But the blurring almost looks like it's a completely separate layer. It doesn't, and it just kind of makes everything look glowy versus actually blurring the content of the background. So you can still see the contents of the app through the overlay, and it's not the right effect at all. I don't know how to explain. And then the blur effect is still happening after the modal animates in and the dim animates in, and then the blur happens at the end. Was it? What is it doing? If back to view. Real blur on the content tree plus the 10% dim overlay, so they enter together. I have no idea what it's doing. Where's Tiki when you need him? I'm like honestly kind of surprised at how shitty this thing is. I don't understand why it's having such a difficult time understanding what I'm trying to do here. Like the fact that it's treating the title bar as part, like that blows my mind. I don't understand that. Not a good glowing material wash. Holy shit, what the... Why is this thing so stupid? Like, the behind window blending that they're talking about in this image, is that not what we're doing for the background of the app now? And then the in window blending that they have for the title bar, that's essentially what I want for the sheet's background. For the dimmed background area. That should also be something that like gets applied to, for example, the notification drawer, since that sits on top of everything. In window blending, blur, sheet. The drawer is currently normal Swift with an opaque window background color. I'm going to give it an end window material. AppKit wrapper has a sheet backdrop instead of duplicating visual effect code. I mean, that sounds good. The visual effect wrapper is reusable now and locked to within window. I'm applying it to the notification drawer. Blah, 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 blah. Like, I guess that's correct. But then I have no idea what it's doing here. What can I put on this screen? Bug. So now I have no idea because the background of the dimming background is so opaque that I can't even see if it is actually doing any blur. However, the issue with clicking the title bar and it closing the sheet is now resolved. I also see the transparency and blur for the notification drawer. So that's good, and I can see through it. However, it looks like there's an issue where it will open and it tries to redraw the contents of the main part of the app versus it sliding over on top of the main portion of the app. So in the second screenshot, you'll see that it actually moved the developer panel over versus it just sliding on top. I should be able to see part of the terminal underneath the drawer versus it resizing the panels. Is it doing it here? Can't tell if it's showing me the on the Kanban board, it does sit on top of the board, and I can see the desktop through it, but I can't tell if it's showing me part of the content of the Kanban board through it or not, or if it's just hiding the actual contents. I guess a good way to do that is open that one that has the error, because that's going to be full red. Yeah, I have no idea if that's actually showing me. What about workflow? And then on the workflow page, it's doing something similar as the roles tab, where it's resizing all the contents of it. It needs to just be entirely on its own layer and sit above everything. Make the drawer a trailing overlay instead of an H-stack sibling, and lower the sheet dim so the in-window blur has room to actually read the tile bar. See the root drawer below. Show drawer is currently inside the same H-stack as the working area, so Swift UI correctly gives it layout space and squeezes the terminal workflow panels and moving it into the surrounding Z-stack aligned trailing so it draws above the current page instead. Okay, if you say so. This makes me extremely nervous about the about doing the real UI changes. Like, this is like super simple stuff, I thought, but clearly it is not feeling it. Because if it can't figure this out, I am screwed. What was that? I have a bookmark for some tileable SVG. I need that. Tileable SVG, tileable SVG, where are you? Inspo. Oh. AI tools. Is it in there? Nope. Where the fuck is that thing at? Tileable SVG. Okay, this is what I'm looking. Then the background, I mean, that doesn't actually matter. That can be customized. How do I... I'm gonna come back to that. We'll save that piece. Okay. See how far off you are now. I'm assuming really far off. I'm trying to fix like 3 things at once on this, and it's not. Okay, so now I have no ability to close it though. Does that? Okay. Open existing. Okay, it's still open. That's shitty. Okay, so the transparency of the dimmed background is still way too opaque. I can't actually see anything. I can tell that something is being blurred, but I can't actually see through it. Um, the notification drawer now sits on top of everything. Um, now sits on top of the main workspace, which is good. So everything like the Kanban board, the workflow, and the terminals all sit underneath it, which is good. However, it also sits on top of the uh the bar that this workspace and all projects sits on top of. Of the workspace bar and that house things like the workspace tabs and the roles, Kanban, and workflow tabs, which means it's also sitting on top of the notifications bell that shows me when a report is generated and it lands in the notification drawer. So the problem is that now I can't close the notification drawer. So the notification drawer needs to sit on top of the main body, but not any of the bars at the top of the app. I need to know if this is actually open. I don't think it actually like reviewed the screen recording. Like, I kind of want to like pause doing all of this, not this, pause doing this, and like almost create a new project that only handles the basic structure of this. And then only move to this once, and only move back once the main structure of this is done. Because if it can't do this, if it can't understand, then I am screwed. I wonder if this is something Claude would be able to handle better. Did I create these as work trees? No. Okay. That is now correct. Can't tell. Like, I'm looking at this right here and I can't tell. I feel like I can kind of see blue right here, so maybe it is showing me. But it's just super difficult. Okay, performance there is still fine. If I switch over to here, I can't tell there. Workflow. I think I can see gold. Gold. Yeah. Okay, so that is working correctly. But now this is back to being really shitty. Are there any branches currently open except for this one? Any work trees or other branches that need to be merged to master? I know that it's not a thing. You can go away. So this isn't... Okay, well, whatever. Lots going on here. One work tree, but many branches and local masters. 300. Yeah, I don't care about that. Here's the full picture. One work tree, just the main checkout, but 10 other locals. Jesus. Merge any of the open branches, fix the flaky test, do not do QA or regression, but do prune all of the already merged branches. I'm just gonna merge all of it, and then I'll come back to it. With Claude, maybe Claude can figure it out, because Codex clearly is clearly not cutting it. Oh. Delegate the flaky to a builder. Now I merge both unmerged branches into master. Prune 9 already merged branches. No QA. Blah, blah, blah. So I don't love this modal. Right, 624 divided by 8. 624 divided by 8. 78. And then you are 384. I know you're divided by 8. Model frame. Okay, that's... Okay, so that's correct. That looks weird. So that needs... That looks better. That's better. That's better. That clipping? No. That's not clipping. You... Okay. All merged and prune, blah, 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 is now... Remove the now dead, run settings... And review this. Yeah, go ahead and update all of the merged task files, close those out. Um, Add a to-do for later to remove the runtime settings panel code. And then I don't know what the legacy per role override clear path is. What can I tell this dude to do? It lets you set override and override, but there's no reset to workflow. No, I don't want to do that. Okay. Going back to... So before we execute on any code, I want to walk through this issue that I'm having. Right now, whenever a modal opens up, there is the contents of the modal, and then there is a dimmable area that darkens the rest of the app, except for the title bar. That is correct. I was working with Codex and trying to make it to where it also blurred the content of the app except for the title bar. And I have no idea exactly what it's doing, but it looks like there's a dim layer that dims everything, and then there's an additional blur layer that then adds almost like a glowy effect to the content. And so that is it looks like it is super transparent and makes everything look like it's glowing versus it actually blurring the contents of the app. There was one instance where it actually did blur the background information of the app, but then the performance of the app tanked. And so we try to work around that. It never successfully implemented what I'm looking for accurately. So I want to give it to you to have a try. Look at this link to see what they're talking about and see if it makes any sense as far as what I'm looking to achieve. And if it's something that we can even pull off inside of a Mac OS app. Never successfully. Okay. See if it knows what the fuck I'm talking about. I don't understand why it's such a difficult thing. Because I don't get it. On iOS, that generally frosts the in-app content because UIKits blurs sibling content within the same window. Deliberately does not. Apple built it for behind window vibrancy, not in window content blur. So the article's spirit is achievable, but its literal mechanism has no macOS equivalent. There's a third option that gets you the real frosted look and stays cheap, and your code base already has the machinery for it. Your snapshot and it's fused to bitmaps in 3 places. The moment a modal opens, the snapshot. Is it talking about the drag and drop? Blur the single image once the core image, blah, blah, blah. Display the blurred snapshot behind the sheet plus a real light dim and remove it when the sheet, because the background is frozen while modal is up. Anyway, a static blurred snapshot is perceptually identical to a live blur, and after the one-time blur, it's essentially free to display. The window backdrop blur is fine. How it's working is fine. We also attached in window blur for the notification drawer, and it renders information correctly. The part I'm having trouble understanding why there's a limitation is, why can I apply a blur background to something like the notification drawer, but I can't to the dim layer of a modal? I don't want to do this single image cache Gaussian blur thing because it needs to show live information moving in the background. So for example, if the terminal windows are active and I'm opening the workspace modal, I should see the terminal windows doing their thing in the background. So I don't understand why I can't blur the background and have it not render it on every frame. Is this not something that we handled somewhat with the Kanban board optimizations where we did draw canvas, or is this something completely different? Like, for the drawer background, I pointed this article to Codex and told it to do the in-window blending, and it seems to be just fine. So why can't we do in-window blending for the background of the dimmable area for the modals? Make the modal backdrop behave like the drawer. Render the blur effect view at full opacity. Mount it when presented. Unmount when not. Never animate its alpha. Okay. Use a solid material. Sidebar, under window, background, HUD window. We'd pick by eye. Keep the darkening on a separate color.black layer. If we animate the blur, does it just stutter while the animation is going, and then once it's done, there wouldn't be any hit to the GPU? Or if we animate it at all, does it then continue to hit the GPU even when it's done doing its thing? Go ahead and implement the one you think is best. I'm just gonna do it and then have it, and then see what it comes back with. Because I have no idea what it. This seems like, I don't know. In my mind, this seemed like this should be something I could have done in CSS 10 years ago in like 20 seconds. I don't know why this is such a huge ordeal. I need to do the workspace settings modal. I have no idea where I'm going to put that. Oh, where do I put that? I guess that's workflow. How do I do this? How would I put this in? Like, I don't want to bury that inside a right click, but not 100% sure what else to do. I feel like I need to also like strip this down and give it like a wireframe that says like, this is what this is, this is what this is, this is what I'm calling this is what I'm calling that. Be done with it. Builder succeeded. Okay. Let's see if you actually build now. Build failed. Ugh. So it's like the same fucking problem. It's not what I wanted. So this is like a similar problem that Codex was having as well. Like the animations are way too like they don't line up. The background is almost completely opaque. We can't actually even see anything that's even blurring, so I can't even give you feedback if the blur is too much or if it's not right or it's glowing. And it looks like you applied the hell did it or not. This is so fucking stupid. I was making a modal dimmed background blurry a 3-hour thing, and it's not even done. Like, I kind of want to just give it an example. So ignore the styling of these images, but this gets the point across. The first image is of the workflow editor, and the second image is the workflow editor modal that's assigned that gets opened up for each agent or each node type. In it, you can see that the background of the app blurs the desktop wallpaper behind it. And then whenever I open a modal, the content of the app is also blurred and slightly dimmed. So why can we not do that? Are you able to customize bullshit? Question I have is, should this be what? How could I? guess it's not done. Really it, or you didn't change a damn thing? There. So what are you saying my toggles are? So whenever the modal opens, I can see the app being blurred in the background from what I think is correct. And it is darker. However, it is so dark that I can only see the app being blurred if I move it to my other monitor. So what levers do we have that we can make it more transparent? Because right now it is too opaque and I can't actually see it. I don't want you to change how you're doing the blurring or the amount of blurring, but either the dimming or the transparency of the blur needs to be adjusted. Like, it's there. I can see it. I can see the blue, and I can kind of see the gold. Blue and gold. I can kind of see it there. If I move all of this, yeah, it doesn't really, can't. Kind of tell, but I can't really tell. Sidebar frost carries its own dark tint, and that's what's making it too opaque. The frustrating part bundles transparency and blur amount into the material. There's no separate make the frost more see-through dial. The only clean way to make the frost more transparent is to pick a different lighter material, which may nudge the blur radius slightly. However, we can't use a true independent frost opacity knob. Dialing effects, blah, 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 is exactly what caused the glow we already fought. Reducing its alpha bleeds the sharp content through. That's make it generally more transparent without touching how you blur. The move is drop the dim towards 0 and switch sidebar to a lighter tint. And you're the one with eyes on it. I'll make the first sweep to a clearly lighter material and keep tool. Is it not possible to customize the material properties? So I understand that there are built-in materials that have their own things, but is it not possible to then set those customizations? What was that thing called? Either through blending or vibrancy or any of that kind of stuff. I thought that AppKit had those types of parameters. Blah, 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 blah. The only properties of the class and material. Pick a preset that you know we've been swapping. No custom radius tint, opacity, blending mode. Only behind windows versus within window. This isn't a transparency control. It just decides what gets sampled. Desktop behind the window versus content. We need within windows for content blur. Switching it doesn't help. State is emphasized. Mask image, appearance. You can force blah, blah, blah. So no, there's no public. Go ahead and start on round 3. Let me check something real quick. I'm wondering if this is because I am. Oh, I'm on Sequoia. I don't know. Maybe that's. Don't know. Come on. Everybody's gonna do home. NS hosting view. This hybrid approach is Apple's own recommended path and it looks exactly the same. Fucking hell. Did it not? Maybe it's a different. Anything, it looks even worse. It's still way too dark. I can't see any blur through it whatsoever. It's there, but let's give these two images to Rock and do another one So look at these three images. So the first one is what the redesign will look like for the workflow editor. The second image is the workflow editor modal sitting on top of it. And then the third image is what is currently in the app now. Right now, the entire thing is struggling to get the level of transparency and blur correct. In the third image, you can barely make out that there is anything actually going on in the app. It's way too dark, it's way too blurred out. And it's trying to just swap back and forth between things like behind menu or behind window, taskbar, title bar, things like that, as far as look and feels. What are my options as far as customizing this? Go ahead and make that change. The thing I want to be wary of is what happens if a user has a specific appearance mode set in their settings. How do we make sure that whatever we set up now works both for this theme, and if they do a lighter theme in the future, that the effect still works? Definitely a giant waste of an afternoon. I can't, I guess, pull up sessions. If this was an Electron app, we'd be done. Doesn't. Why doesn't Apple just let you modify this shit? Like, why do they lock it in? Are these changes? Blah, 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 blah. You're fighting in your workflow editor, liquid glass material dynamic, Swift UI modifiers, extension effect, great for sidebars, floating mixed, enhanced presentation background, container background, better control over tint, opacity, vibrancy without as much manual app kit bridging, NG glass effect, dedicated. Are much easier to solve here because liquid glass is designed to be subtler and more adaptive than older materials. But meaningful refinements, automatic adoption of system-wide liquid glass tint, opacity, improved fluidity. Not a complete rewrite, but removes more limitations. It just works. Recommendations for your app now: to target macOS 26 deployments if possible. Update your main window and cards to use glass effect. But I don't want to use the glass effect. And looks bad. Well, fuck you, Apple. Yeah, like seriously, I'm just trying to do like almost what the dock does. What is this? I mean, that's kind of cool that I did that, but the problem is it's you built it underneath the fucking layer. All right. Well, this was a complete waste of an entire fucking afternoon. I'm frustrated. Not talking. This is fucking retarded. I said the R word. I'm probably getting canceled. Yeah, I don't understand why the background of a modal, the dim layer of a modal, is the world's hardest thing to do. Like, this is ridiculous. So, yeah, that's it. Yeah. So that's it. That's the stream. Maybe I'll be back tomorrow. I don't know. I'm going on vacation for a couple days. I was hoping to like get this wrapped up and be in a good spot before vacation hit, but it doesn't seem that that's going to be possible. So anyway, I'll see you guys later. Follow me on X, like and subscribe on the YouTubes for the updates. I'm going to have my laptop with me, but I'm not going to be streaming obviously. So yeah, that's